It is 18:30 on August 28, 2023. I will now call our special called City Council meeting to order. If you will, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Greg Cooper.
Good evening, Council. Hope you guys are doing good, weathering all this hours that some of you guys have been putting in. And I wanted to comment today on some of the hiring that you guys are considering to hopefully get the staff in place to move the city forward. It's probably one of the most important things that you guys are going to do, considering as you guys have sat here, you've begun to see how code, ordinance, state law, conflicting AG's opinions, and all different kinds of stuff makes it hard to remove people that are not doing their job. You're about to consider putting people in place, and while it's very, very easy to look really, really good on paper, it's very, very difficult to find somebody that actually gives a flying FUCK of this little town. And I really, really hope that you guys realize that you have turned a corner here and you've ignited a little flame. And that flame is very immature. It's not a roaring, raging fire at this point. It needs to be nurtured with just the right amount of oxygen, just the right amount of fuel so it can grow. And putting somebody in place who refuses by sheer willpower to let the city fail, by putting somebody in place who cares more about godly than just about anything else, should be of the utmost importance, considering if the wrong decision is made, it will be very, very difficult to undo that, as you guys are now beginning to see. So I encourage you to really look at some of the intangibles in the hiring process for all of these positions so you get the right people at the right time to do the right thing to help Godly continue to move forward. You guys can't keep coming up here putting in the hours you guys have. So I really, really hope that you guys really look at some of those intangibles apart from just what looks good on paper, and really think about who actually cares about this town moving forward in this hiring process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
There's no one else signed up to speak. Would anyone else like to speak that did not sign up? No. Fine. Moving on to discussion and action items. Item A, discussion and possible action on approving the quote from Atlas Foundation for foundation repairs to a well site number 9 at 409 North 5th Street.
Was there more than one bid?
So we were told that this is a specialized issue because it has a well on it. You can't just go, most companies won't go in there and slab jack it because of the well, because they're scared that they're going to break the well. So this came from Danny Armstrong, who we third party with for our water and wastewater. And
That's who the bid came to, isn't it?
it was
if I
submitted
remember
to
right.
him, yes.
So, and what is his role at e-ht.com? Danny Armstrong?
At where? Oh, that's the company he works for.
Okay. We third party for him for contractor do like tests and stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And so if Atlas is the only option here, is that,
That's the only option that they could find. I asked them to look for a few other companies and no one would touch it.
Exactly what is the issue?
So the foundation on well number 9 is failing. It is currently sinking 7 inches in one corner, 6.3 inches in another, level on another, and 1.4 on the other.
This is more than the weather doing this thing.
Yes, it's the foundation.
Yeah.
So you can't just, like what you would do with the driveway, you'd go in there and foam it and it'd lift it up.
Yep.
That won't work here. They're gonna have to go in there and put metal piers and lift it up that way.
I noticed on their paperwork, they said that they would not be liable if the casing was cracked or if anything happened to the well itself.
Yes.
Are we going to go the full 7 inches? Are we gonna go a couple inches and see what happens and test everything? Do they have a game plan? And do they have a game plan as to what happens if? Do we have,
Greg, you're done talking.
do we, that part of town that number 9 serves, can we get, can you cross valves and get them water if we lose that well for a certain period of time?
So yes, we have 2 systems in the city. They are connected, and then we have the emergency connection to JSUD. If system 1 goes down, they go out there, turn a valve, and it goes, system 2 provides the entire city, and vice versa. And if we lose both, then JSUD comes into play.
Okay. If it keeps leaking, if it keeps dropping, then we'll have a problem with the well anyway. But I'd rather, I don't want them coming in there and jacking the thing up 7 inches and all of a sudden we have a problem. I'd rather them check it, go up a couple inches, check it, go up a couple inches and check it, and so we don't end up with a problem. I would not jack this thing off at one time myself. I'm not saying come back a week later, you know what I'm saying? Don't do it all at one, and for 1 hour. Take the day to take care of it, or 2 days, whatever they figure they'll do. How long will it take them to do it? Have they gave us a time frame?
So Kevin got sick earlier, so he couldn't make the meeting, but I will call him, and he can explain it better to you on that portion.
Is there a price difference?
Roger,
And-
turn your mic on, please, sir.
Is
Sorry.
there a price difference in doing the repairs or just replacing the pad around it?
Since there's a well on it, I don't think that was a viable option, but I'll let Kevin answer that.
I think that would be more expensive. You'd have to tear everything down, tear it out, put a new one in.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if they come back though in increments and raise it in increments, that price is
They can
probably
do
gonna
it.
change.
Well, I'm not, oh, they do it all in one day. I just don't,
Yeah.
you raise it up, everything
Check
good,
it and-
raise it again. You
Yeah.
do it all the same, you do it all in one setting.
All right, Kevin, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Y'all can ask for questions.
Kevin, this is Roger. How are you?
I'm doing okay, sir. How about yourself?
Fine, thank you. My only concern, well, I know we got water if something does happen.
Yes, sir.
What time frame were they looking at doing this? How long would the project take for them? They give you a time frame?
They can get the project done in 2 days.
Okay,
We will not have to turn the well offline. They will be digging around around all the foundation. They'll be using jacks, and they'll put steel pillars in, because with it being a well, they can't use foam, so they would have to use the steel pillars, and the well would stay online the entire time while the project is going on. And honestly, I will probably be out there just in case something does go wrong.
my only concern on something like this, I would not want to raise it up in a hurry.
Yes,
I'd
sir.
rather them raise it a couple inches, stop, make sure everything's good, raise a couple more inches, stop. And I'm not saying days, I'm just saying the same day, same 2 days, but not just raise it up from point A to point B. I'd rather them raise it up, and if we get to a point we don't feel comfortable anymore, we stop and make it where it won't sink again any further.
Yes, sir. I can make sure that happens. I mean, even if we get it a lot more level than what it is now, because right now it's very unsafe for anybody to go inside that well house to be able to get our readings on it on a daily basis. It's sunk a lot more than what it was then. I went out there today and there's huge gaps now.
Is there a leak underneath it, washing it out from the bottom or something, or is it just drying out?
We don't know. We won't know until Ray's actually able to get somebody out there and get them digging and all that. From what the guy that came out there and did the inspection stated, he stated that it's just from the ground shifting, that he didn't see any kind of risk of a sinkhole or anything like that.
Okay. All right.
Does Atlas have experience doing this, Kevin?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Does Atlas have experience doing these sorts of projects?
Yes, they're very well with doing wells. They've done some in the past for areas around us. They came very highly recommended. In fact, they came recommended by Danny, and Danny was the operations manager at JSUD before he went to doing that private firm that he does now. And that is who recommended him. We couldn't find anybody else around that even wanted to take the project on.
Is the casing hooked up with slab? Not hooked up with slab and it's in the ship.
Kevin,
Yes,
is
sir.
the casing hooked to the slab, or is there a void between the two of them, an expansion joint?
I can't answer that. I can go check that tomorrow. But I would imagine there would be an expansion point because, I mean, like we were talking about just a second ago, with ground shift, it's got to have some kind of expansion joint, I would think. But I can't tell you 100% right now. I haven't investigated that thoroughly into it.
Okay.
Yeah, because here it says that lifting may damage the well casing, and they're not responsible to do the damage of lifting of the foundation. So are they predicting that it's a good chance that it could damage it?
Well, that's that safety wording that's in there, stating that if it does happen, that they're not responsible. Because if that does happen, we will have to go into a whole different ball game there with having to order parts to repair the well. But honestly, with what we're at right now, I could shut that well down and I could disconnect while he is working on it. If that would make everybody feel more comfortable. Because we got 5 wells in the city. So if we go down one well, we'll still be fine, plus what storage we do have in our ground storage tanks for, the time that he's working on it, and then button it back up and run it again at night to help fill up the tanks again. But it is something that we do need to get done pretty quick. We've got TCEQ inspection coming up. It can come up next week, it can come up in 2 months, but within the next 3 months, we've got a TCEQ inspection coming up, and that's going to hit us hard.
When would they get on the job? How soon can they give you a time frame to start?
He told me as soon as I get back with him, he can get on the job within a week.
Okay. When they raise it up, well, how are they gonna backfill underneath it?
I didn't ask that question because I wasn't thinking about how they were going to backfill. I would hope they would bring their own dirt because I don't have any dirt to provide for them.
Okay. I didn't know once they got the void, and they'd come in there and spray that with their foam to hold it in place, or they'd shoot dirt up underneath there, or what
Well,
they
he
would do.
said foam will not be used because foam can disintegrate, and if we get foam going into our well, then we've got an issue.
Okay.
So
Good deal.
foam will not be used whatsoever.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion to accept Atlas Foundation estimate for a repair.
Which are we gonna do, pay them by card or by check?
Cash or check?
Cash or check, yes.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank y'all. Thank you, council.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Kevin.
Sorry, what was that motion?
I make a motion to accept Atlas Foundation for the price on the check, cash and check price, the $3,900.
Got a motion to approve the quote from Atlas Foundation for foundation repairs to well site number 9. Option number 2, cash and or check price of $3,900. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Discussion and possible action on approving the standard professional services agreement by Bureau of Veritas North America. So after meeting with BV a couple times, we've learned that, like many of our other agreements, ours is extremely old and is not updated with their current services. This goes through and updates our agreement and adds public works inspections for like roadways and stuff like that, which they currently do not do for us, just because it's not in our contract. Y'all have any questions on it?
I see they do health services as well, which at some point we'll probably need. That's part of this contract, right?
Yes.
Now, something else I noticed was, site plans and plan reviews. Would that then, let me find it. Pages 21 and 22. So then we would have a possible new vendor for that.
Page 21 and 22 of the contract or of the packet?
Of the contract. It's page 28 of the packet. Under current planning activities, zoning application, request reviews, site plan applications, preliminary, final plat, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. So currently, they do very little for us, just because it's not in our contract, because it's so old. They've expanded their services over the years, and I've asked them to kind of look forward 3 to 5 years, and this is what they brought back.
So this section might replace our current vendor?
For the site plans and stuff? Mm-hmm. I assume you're talking about the engineer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So our engineer does the engineering side of things. Currently, it either falls on me, or he catches some of the stuff. Johnson County catches some of the stuff. But this would allow us to submit those plats to somebody who does this on a daily basis. They know every single law as they change. And we don't have to do it. We don't have to utilize the service. If
So
we don't
this would
want to.
be over and above wasteline engineering's costs and such?
It would reduce those costs just because he wouldn't be doing those services for us anymore.
Yeah, that's what my question was, okay.
That's what he was asking, is this gonna take place of that, or in lieu of that? Would we be
Yeah.
utilizing this service instead of contracting it out?
So we would still have an engineer, but yes, we would do a cost analysis to see if this is more cost-effective or if using the engineer is.
Also, I noticed on page 27 of the contract, we've got construction code services, P tables 1 and 2 are based on valuation. And HB, as you know, HB 852, which went into effect in May, kills our ability to do that based on valuation. Have you thought about how we would recover those fees? Maybe, can we do cost plus, or? What can we do in that instance? So it was this question I was gonna have for Dean, but I'm sure you have a plan.
Well, on some of these, when it says that, it's actually, when it says evaluate, it goes by a calculator. So BV has a calculator that's, I guess, what they base off of, and so when we put it in there, it pulls their numbers. So I don't know if that's gonna still change that rule, because it's going through BV that way.
Well, yeah, I assume so, because we're gonna be back charging for that cost, and, but we can't do that by law anymore. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to pass this on, and I guess if we're gonna pass it on or do cost plus, or for the administrative side of everything. What are you thinking on that?
We're working with Dean to see how to work that. I don't know if he's talked to you about it.
Not about this specifically, but this is Bureau Veritas and this contract is gonna cover code services and building inspections and all that. And you're trying to, you could structure your fees for those to include the cost of what this contract is. There's nothing illegal about that. And that is not a legal tax. You're recouping your administrative expenses for, conducting the regulations, doing the permits.
I guess my question would be, how would we word it, because they're basing it on evaluation of the cost.
I see what you're saying, there's a law, yeah.
Maybe we can just do cost plus 10% or something like that, maybe, and make a few dollars on the side and just have it as a flat, this is the cost. It doesn't have to say that Bureau Veritas does it by valuation. We're not doing it by valuation, we're doing it by Bureau Veritas.
Is it valuation for square footage?
There's two of them, actually. The square footage, I think we can do.
Oh, I think so.
But valuation is for fee table 1 and 2 for commercial and multifamily construction plan review and construction inspection. And we'll have some in between the, you know, the $1 and the $1 million ranges for sure.
I think we could pick, it's technically not, I mean, what Bureau Veritas is doing is saying, this is what our services cost. And we could certainly recoup that.
Yeah.
They're the ones that's making the calculation of, you know, how the fees come up with. But we are not setting the cost of building permit fee based on valuation.
I like that.
It's their contract.
That's what I was hoping.
Fees.
And the rest of them are, you know, if there ever was a problem, they're square footage based, which we can still do. So that's great. Make a motion to approve item 5B in its entirety.
How,
Oh, sorry.
what services do we have with them now?
Let's see.
Okay, well, you and I attorney.
You can still discuss.
There's
I'll
been no
second that motion.
I got a motion and a second to approve 5B in its entirety as presented. Any further discussion?
What services do we have with Bureau Veritas at this point?
Oh, we have our fire, our traditional plan review, gas inspections, anything that does with developments for their water, wastewater. Basically, what we're adding is streets, health, ADA, plan review. I believe that's it.
We already have the fire also. Sprinklers, that type of stuff.
Interesting on the planning and mapping services as well. That's something they're not doing right now, right?
No, we do not currently have a contract for that.
It almost reads like a comprehensive plan in a way.
I mean,
It's like a
the planning and
one-stop
mapping
shop.
services is comprehensive planning and mapping, so.
That's how I was reading it.
And this will play into our whole iWork system that was signed today.
Well, good.
It'll help us get the GIS locations. So, I mean, we'll just continue to improve that mapping as we go. Roger, do you have any further questions?
No, I did not get through all of this, so.
Would you like to go through it? We can go page by page, or,
No. I will. Yeah, we can vote on it.
I got a motion to approve item 5B in its entirety as presented. I have a second. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna abstain.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, or 3, 1 abstention. Item 5C, discussion and possible action on accepting the resignation of Officer Matthew Quinteros from the Godley Police Department. So this was supposed to be on a meeting several times ago. He was our SRO. He left to be the police chief at Godley ISD Police Department. So it's not like we're losing somebody because they just quit.
Make a motion to accept Matthew Quinteros' resignation from the Godley Police Department.
And I'll second that motion.
I got a motion and a second to accept the resignation. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5D, discussion and possible action on accepting the resignation of Reserve Officer Oluwafemi Awi from the Godley Police Department.
What happened?
He found a job, he was just a reserve, he was going to law school while he was here, and he found a job north of here that paid very handsomely.
How far north do you have to go for a handsomely paid job?
Tarrant County.
Oh, okay. Cause I thought he might be going to work for the ISD, but he's not then.
No. Or not that I'm aware of.
Make a motion to accept the resignation of Reserve Officer Oluwafi Awe from the Godley Police Department.
But I second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5E, discussion and possible action on approving the proposal for minutes solutions for professional minute-taking services. So, prior, there were no minutes taken on our meetings, basically all year. So I found a company, and there are other companies, if y'all want more to look at. This is just the cheapest that I saw that had good references. So they will take our video, watch it, make minutes, send it through QA, and do everything a city secretary should have done. It is costly,
Yeah, sure is.
but
I saw this one and I don't know, I mean, the arguments for having it, just, I'm not buying them. Save time, okay, I don't do them anyway. Impartiality, I never knew we had partiality. Focus on the meeting, I am focused on the meeting. I may have been wrong in my calculations, but what I'm reading is 335 for up to 2 hours, over 2 hours, at least on page, or the first page of the contract, 43, I suppose, in the packet, is $35 per half hour for over 2 hours. We have, I mean, I'm sure we would all agree, at least an average time of 5 hours. You know what I'm saying? So that's $220 for the first two, 6 times 35, which would be the half hour. If we go an average of 5, is another $210, $430 per meeting. Now let's say, you know, we average that out to 80 hours of a work week, or actually, I don't know, on my scratch here, I can't read, but I came out with an average salary or an average cost, and it's just basic, you know, it's not as detailed as it ought to be, but a cost of this of $178,880 if we continue along the same lines as we are on these meetings, as long as they're going. Why don't we hire a minimum wage temp and have them come in here part-time and do that stuff for us?
So this solution would be just to do back meetings? It's not going forward as soon as we hire a city secretary, and that's their job, is to be here to record those minutes.
Okay?
A lot of our meeting is in executive session sometimes, so some of those 6-hour meetings are really only 2 or 3 hours of actual time.
I also am currently going through more stacks of paperwork, and I am finding scattered minutes and meetings. So I'm not sure, I may be piecemealing everything together. We could possibly have January, February, March, April, I'm not sure until I finish going through them all, because none of them were stapled together, so I'm trying to get all see if the complete minutes are there. So those we might not have to cover either. We're just trying to find out where we might need this, if we can fill in those meetings that are missing to try to get minutes. Because a lot of this that has been accepted isn't official until these minutes are done and it's signed off.
The other problem I saw is elsewhere in the contract, they contradict themselves and they say, anything over 4 hours, give us a call. We're gonna have to quote you a special price for that. So even if we don't have 5-hour meetings, we certainly have 4-hour meetings. I don't know how many. You're right, some of that's an executive session, probably, now that you mention that, probably a lot of it. It's on page 46 of the packet. Unique meetings and meetings over 4 hours will be quoted at a custom rate, dependent on the nature and length of the meeting. So do we know what that means? I feel a lot better now that it's not gonna be something going forward when we hire a city secretary. That makes me feel better, but this is gonna be 6 months of, or unless Misty finds some more minutes, hopefully she will, scattered in the chaos.
A lot of chaos.
But do we know the quoted custom rate by chance?
I do not.
Well, I'm wondering too, I mean, I'm just looking at this, there's a conflict on that front page. Up to 2 hours, 35, but then if you turn to page, create the contract 46, it says 220 for recorded board budget and committee meetings up to 2 hours. So there's a 335 there, but 220 over here. But there is down below a 335 for non-standard meetings.
So
So
that
there's a
has,
lot of process, but it's not real clear.
so that has to do with like a regular board meeting like this would be. The annual meeting or general meetings is if like it's the TML annual conference, their meeting, that would be covered under the annual meeting and general meeting for $335 for up to 2 hours. The regular board and committee meetings like these are would be $220 plus 35 per half hour.
Okay.
Still, let's say, I'd like to get some kind of idea, if we can, of, if we can get some kind of, figure out how many minutes are there, and if we can at least have an idea of what it's gonna cost us in the end. Is that sun bothering you? I'll close that door.
No, I already closed that one. And that doesn't bring a good point. If we're looking at possibly hiring a city secretary, this is their scope of their job. So is this something they can go back, once we figure out what minutes we do have? Can they go in and watch and fill in the gaps during the salary time? Cause filling during the salary would be a lot cheaper than this.
Yep.
I mean, it's just an idea.
They could, as long as they have time to do it.
Well, it's not so much as the city secretary, I wouldn't want her doing this, or him. I would rather a secretary just, or an assistant in the office do this. Or hire a temp agency to get somebody out here, sit down and do this for 2 weeks. I'm not gonna pay them that much, you know, it'll be $220 for the day, I would assume, for a temp, lady, for a temp service that would do it. None of this stuff is sensitive, it's all public information, so it's not like they need to be any kind of special training or whatever. They can just watch the video, write it down, and be done with it. I'd rather do that. And maybe if that person did a good job here, then bring them on to the city and one of the other offices we need, one of the other jobs that we need to get filled.
For the assistant that we are
Yeah.
supposedly looking for.
I think it's a whole lot of money for watching TV and writing down what you hear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put it out that way, but. Like, I may be off in a couple weeks, I'll do it. For half that price.
You do it for half, yes. Half that price.
I make a motion to table this, or to postpone this till the October 3rd meeting. October 3rd, the first meeting in October.
I assume in order to. I'll
Give us
second
time
that.
to hire.
I'll second that. In order to
Right.
figure out how much we're really gonna have to pay for all this stuff? Okay.
I motion, Roger seconded. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously to postpone until October 3rd. Item 5F, discussion and possible action on approving the date, location, and not to exceed cost for the City of Godly holiday party.
Did you guys, that is, have one of these last year, Jan? The year before?
We have not had one of these in a long time.
Never had one of these in a long time. When was the last time?
Whenever I was still in the fire department that I remember. So a decade ago.
I am really inclined to see this as, I don't know. I mean, even if I did want to do this, I mean, just personally, I'm only one vote, but even if I did, don't we have restaurants in town that we should be spending our money with?
Like where?
Well, we got a number of them. We got Del Norte, we've got Chisholm's, we've got STK, Stephanie's Place, Tana's Place. I hear their food is good. We've got those options. Food truck, got a lot of those now. I mean, wives could, we're gonna hopefully approve some of this new grill for the fire department. Maybe, Jamie can get out there and barbecue. Greg, barbecue for Christmas, you know, I mean,
So I have to remind you, this is in December. It could be cold.
I get it.
So we need somewhere indoors.
yeah, I get it.
And we're looking at this will be for the fire department, police department, council, city staff, their families. So
I
we're
get it.
looking at over 100 people.
You know, I'll just be perfectly honest with you. I saw this and first read it and I thought, the first thing that came to my mind was the city is having an awful lot of nice bells and whistles being spent on it, but the citizens don't seem to be. And so that's bothering me about this. Just my view. I'd like to see some of these nice shiny baubles start going to citizens before we spend any more money on ourselves. We got laptops, we got, you know, brand new carpet cleaning, we got, you know, all kinds of nice stuff for the city. Where's the stuff for the citizens?
Well, the computers are a necessity for our department heads.
I'm not talking about those.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they're not considered, in my eyes, shiny new things. We need to supply the tools for our directors to do their jobs, and especially our public works out in the field all the time. It's taken away from the job in order for him to keep going back and using his computer and stuff at the office when he's working in the field majority of the time. So to refer as a luxury, they are a tool that is needed for our departments to do their jobs.
My argument's not that they're a luxury. My argument is that they're a shiny new bauble. I probably should make the distinction that I'm not saying they're all bad things. What I'm saying is that it's just a lot of good, let's say good things, let's just assume that they're all good things, are being spent at the city level, but we don't have anybody going out to Wildcat Ridge to get rid of to get rid of the dogs. We don't have that yet. There are some things I think there's some things we should think about spending on the citizens first. I get it. I mean, it's a holiday party and everybody's worked hard. It's great. But it's been 10 years and we haven't had one and everybody's still okay.
And I agree. I agree with you in that
So-
aspect. And as far as the dog relation, we'll get more into that, I think, in our budget talks. We ran into a lot of legalities when it came to setting traps in that community. We had employees that did not want to put themselves in that position to get bit. That is their right completely. That's not what they're paid to do. In our proposed budget, because we were planning on taking care of the animal situation, we are looking at a code enforcement, animal control officer vehicle so that we can get a handle on this.
Saw
But
that.
those are things that are still in the council and discussion. But again, we're not giving to the community and we're not trying to not handle our issues with them. We have to also go within the legal realm of this and we can't force our employees to go out and put themselves in danger that they don't want to be put into. That-
Still, get it all.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
No, I know, I understand what you're saying, but some of the arguments, I'm with you on the party. It's a little bit extravagant. I'm okay with that. That's not my argument. My argument is your argument, saying these shiny new baubles, whistles that we're not giving the community because we're definitely fighting up here every day to try to find everything we can for the community. So I do take a little bit of offense to that because it puts a bad spin on it and that's not good.
Well, it may not be, but that's how people are perceiving it. And so we've got to deal with the perception as well as the realities.
So the holiday party isn't about shininess.
I get you.
It's
Yeah,
It's about bringing the city staff together, where the PD currently doesn't get to go over the fire department because of past issues. It took forever for department heads to even come into my office because they were locked out of that area.
Understood.
Like this is a team building exercise, so to speak.
Okay.
And if we need to do it
If we're gonna wait till
locally-
December, I mean, let's start the team building now. Let's don't wait till December, you know. if that's all this is about. Perception isn't reality, of course, but perception is important. And I'm getting the feeling that the citizens of the city out there are kind of thinking, well, what the heck, man? What about us? And, I mean, and beyond that, even if I did really want to do this, having the railroaders do it, going outside of the city to spend the taxpayers' money outside of our city, I don't know. I like it.
And I'm with you. I think keeping it local is a good idea. I think getting the local businesses involved. This
Did
could
we
be-
ask anybody?
This could be just a concept, and let's work together on trying to find something to bring us together. But if this is not it, then we'll,
Fair enough,
find something else.
fair
So,
enough. Did we ask any of the local businesses if they wanted to cater it?
Where holds 100 to 150 people?
Okay, we can, Del Norte and Chisholm's combined. I mean, we can work it out if we want to work it out, it seems to me. If they can work it out, if they can't work it out, if we can't, have SDK and Chisholm's and Del Norte come together with a plan, or whomever, anybody else too, a food truck wants to come in, fine, whatever. I'm
I'm
just
thinking
saying, if we
outs-
can't combine, some people together, then let's go outside. But let's ask them
So,
first.
outside the food, that can be provided by anybody.
Yeah.
Where are we going to meet that holds 100 to 150 people?
How many are in here? Can be in here at once?
With tables? 30, 40?
You think 30 or 40 only? I don't know.
What do you got, Jim?
Well, many times over the years, we've used the fire department, and they graciously backed the trucks out, and we've set tables up in there, and had, potlucks, and/or people coming in to cater.
Close the door if it's cold?
Close the door if it's cold.
Oh, there's the fire chief right there. We could have two places, I mean, I know you don't want to split them up, and I wouldn't either. I'd hate to see the PD over here and the FD over here, nobody
Yeah,
come
you need to have
together.
it in one spot if it is a team building, which is a good idea.
It's also possible that you could have it at one of the schools.
yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
They're willing to cooperate and help out.
Mhm.
It's not, and it has been done. It hasn't been done since COVID.
Yeah.
We have had, Christmas parties, if you must say, if you call it that, but not since COVID.
I'd like to just look into this possibilities, again, just one vote here, but I'd just like to look into other possibilities to make this happen. I like the idea of the team building thing, that's great.
Maybe it is an idea to talk to the school, see if they have an area, we'll just have it locally, have our local restaurants cater it.
So who are y'all wanting to cater it? I would like to nail down something.
Well, let's see, let's get a body count. You said 150 people,
100 or more.
100 or more, all right. Let's see who can and can't do it. Let's find out if 2 restaurants, 3 restaurants, 4, whatever, one of the food trucks want to combine their resources together and say, okay, I'm gonna do this, you guys do this, you guys do this. I know it'll be a little more complicated, but
Would you like to head that up?
no, I'm not good at that kind of thing.
Okay, so let's do this.
I'll go over there and ask them.
Let's do
Yeah,
this
that's
one
what I'm
step
talking
at a
about, like
time.
Getting the
Yeah.
restaurants on board.
What date do we want? Because I can't go to the school and
Did you have a
ask.
proposed date anywhere?
It's
were
just
they?
what they had available. Anytime in December, if we're going to the school, I'll ask them.
Oh,
But I need a date to actually ask them.
well, I'll leave that to y'all. Whatever y'all decide is good with me on dates. I see that railroaders are doing December 2nd, et cetera, et cetera. If those dates work, they're fine. I mean, I don't really care about a date, to be honest with you.
Would you prefer a weekday, weekend?
Weekend, the 9th, December 9th, December 16th, something like that. On a Saturday night. So December's 9th.
I'll second December 9th.
So December 9th at the
We do it
school.
December 9th.
You should go with an alternative.
Yep. But the 16th would be an alternative.
Yeah.
People may be out of town.
Huh?
What if people are who goes out of town for Christmas?
Well, that's why you wanna do
Well,
it the
that's
first
three
half
w-
of the month and not the last half.
That's-
Well, we got December 2nd too, and we could do
Yeah.
the 2nd versus the 16th. I mean, I'm just saying.
So 2nd or the 9th? Are you good with that? Or
I'm fine.
you good with 2nd or 9th?
Whatever y'all think. I don't ever do anything. I stay
Mike?
home anyway.
2nd or 9th?
2nd, 9th, or 16th, got it.
Sure.
All right, so we got the location, we got the date. What do we not want to exceed for cost? And what restaurants would you like me to ask? Because that's going to dictate the cost.
Well, let's put out a community-wide notification somewhere, social media, whatever, on the website, and say, hey, we'd like to do this. We'd like to get your input. See if you guys want to participate. It's gonna be a little bit, you know, there's gonna have to be some planning and organization involved. Do you even wanna participate? And see what happens. We've got some time.
Well, and this is another thing to entertain. We are creating a holiday events committee. This could be one of their assignments. Having them put this together for the city.
Their first trial and tribulation. Be a tough
I
one.
mean, that's the whole point, is them putting together all the extracurricular holidays, events for
Yeah,
us.
But this is like a city thing, it's not a community thing. That's more of what the holiday events
Well, in
committee is
that
for.
case, the committee should be the city employees, going out and doing that, so they get what they want, and I have no idea what the cost of that would be. That would be the city employees to come up with their own committee to come up with a plan of what they wanna do. We can give them they can come up to us with prices, instead of us looking out for them. It's trying to figure out all the stuff y'all three are doing, and let the employees come back to, this is what we'd like to do, A, B, C, D. And they may come up, let's go to the fire station and have a party there, or they may say something else, but let them come back and tell us what they wanna do. If it's the team building, the police department, the fire department, the maintenance department, all work together to make a party for themselves. Team building at the very beginning.
Okay, so what's the not to exceed cost, so they know what to look for?
I've never planned one of these, I have no idea what they cost.
We'll have to get some prices from the restaurants. Jan, where'd you go? Where'd you guys go to get the stuff?
It was pop-up. We brought food.
See, that's what I like.
I like
That's the idea I like.
If you're gonna get the restaurants to do it, you need to decide, do you want a sit-down dinner, or do you want finger foods? There's gonna be a big difference in the price if you want a sit-down dinner as opposed to finger food.
Yeah.
You know, you need to, there's a lot of little nitty-gritty things you
Yeah.
can figure out.
Well, and that's why I think, that, this again, this is just my opinion. I mean, we're appointing a holiday committee for a reason. And it's not just it's supposed to be to take some of the weight off of the staff, some of the weight off of us. That's why we're developing these committees. So why are we not allowing them, if they're a holiday committee, to plan a holiday for the staff and the city? I mean, we're putting a trust into them to create a committee, let them do their job.
I would say if we have a committee of citizens, they would be providing holidays, entertainment, or activities for the city. This is not for the city. This is for the city employees, city vendors, people of that nature, where we all come in and talk together. A citizens committee is not necessary, I don't believe is the place to do that. I think the employees would be the people to head that up instead of us.
Chief, did you have something to say?
I was just gonna
And then kind of the team building thing, just off the top of my head, you know, you've got, say, Chief Thompson's wife makes a nice cake and Chief
Well, this
Chief
is a good idea.
Cantrell's wife makes some cookies, and then they're all, oh, I loved your cookies, oh, I loved your cake, oh, I love you now, and hugs and kisses and all that go about.
It's a good idea to do a potluck. You get a little bit of everything.
That
and it
way,
doesn't
yeah, and
cost the
everybody
city
comes
a lot.
together and they do it themselves, and everybody, you know, it's not outside. Everybody puts their own hand into it. I don't know.
You feeling warm and fuzzy?
Warm and fuzzy.
You just have to give some guidelines as to who's bringing salad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, just have a sign-up sheet. Hey, you know, we need this, who's gonna do this, or whatever.
Yeah. I like it.
I do not wanna go to the railroaders and have a big party at this point in time. We need to, concentrate on some other stuff, but I do want to have a, get-together for the city employees.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. The team building thing's a good
And
idea.
we can have, like the ones I've been to, at work, we go to our vendors and say, hey, give us raffles. And they end up donating money, or they give stuff to us that we can raffle off at the, for the city employees to get a raffle number and pull a hat, pull something out, whether it's a Home Depot $20 gift certificate or grand prize of a TV from the IT department that we work with. We've done that. I've also had a wheelbarrow given off one time. Full of yard equipment.
I like to have the wheelbarrow.
I'll make a motion to postpone 5F and give staff direction to ask the school if December 2nd, 9th, 16th work, and look at a potluck and other prices.
Second.
No, I wanna add on that, who's gonna do all this work, to get this thing going? Are we gonna have the employees come up and say, hey, we volunteer to start this? Are we going to have our outside committee come in and work for us on the inside, or who's gonna do all this? Is somebody here gonna volunteer and say, I'll do it? We need to have that. In my opinion is the employees need to be the ones setting this up and working for them. That's not unusual to happen.
Let's get a survey of who wants to do, if they do, if anybody wants to do the potluck option.
You really should have more input from the citizen, from the city, from the citizens. I mean, from the employees, because it's for them, and they need to kind of direct us on what they want. And we'll be willing to do that for them.
Just put some feelers out, see what you come up with.
So I didn't put a date on the postpone, so October 3rd.
We're not having a meeting in September?
We are, but it'll go on the agenda if we get something back. I got a motion and a second. Already discussed. Scott?
Aye.
Misty?
No.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously to postpone. Item 5G, discussion and possible action on the adoption of the proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget. We're not adopting anything tonight, we're just looking it over. Do y'all have any questions on it?
Yes. I see a line item for mixed beverage sales tax, but we're making zero money on that one.
So if you look at, well, as you look through this packet, you'll see year-to-date actuals are basically non-existent in a
Yeah.
lot of categories.
I noticed that.
That's because they did not put them in the correct place. So we're having to reconcile most of the accounts.
All right, so this really isn't reflective of,
This is reflective of the requested budgets from department heads, so we can start advancing into this century.
okay.
The year-to-date actuals, they're going to be off. They haven't been done correctly for 7+ months.
Okay.
There's accounts that have 0 for budget last year. They have $100,000 spent.
Oh, no.
We have sewer impact fees sitting where they're not supposed to.
Okay.
I mean, there's,
When are we gonna see the so-called real thing? If we are, I mean, maybe we won't even see it this year, huh?
for our actuals,
Yeah.
it's going to take months to go through. And
Remind me of the last day to adopt.
we're gonna have to adopt a budget prior to getting the actuals all correct.
Okay. But
Otherwise, we
remind me
go with
when's
it.
the last day?
September 30th is whenever we have to adopt.
Okay. All right, well, that kind of blows out any of the other questions I had, honestly, because none of this, can't even really rely on.
So look at 00400150,
Yeah,
What page?
the first page that we're on. It's ESD number 1.
Okay.
This current budget cycle, we're budgeted for 198,191. That's money that we get from the ESD, it's by contract.
right.
Yep.
Year-to-date actual is 442,345.
How did we get that? Because it's in the wrong, something's in the wrong place. Okay.
When we were looking over the budget, and one of the line items for all of our salaries, including the host city, said that we only spent $16,000.
Yeah, I saw that. What that was for.
Yeah, and then we have a utility audit going on right now, and she is finding impact fees inside of our tax stuff and fees like all over the place. So they're trying to reconcile and move where they're supposed to be, but it's a process to
Okay.
move those around. So to get these actuals correct, it's gonna take a lot of work.
So this $700,000 on year-to-date loan proceeds, that's not real, is it? That's on page 2.
I'm gonna say probably 98% of the year-to-date actuals are not right. We didn't base our numbers off of actuals.
Yeah,
We went back and looked at the 2020, the 2020-21 and the 21-22 actuals.
and those are good, right?
So those are prior to the large growth we've seen over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're good at least, those are reliable.
For that time frame.
We
Yeah,
think so.
I get you.
We just had our audit, state required audit. Did he bring any of this stuff up to us? I don't remember him telling us that when we talked to him on the teleprompter.
So that was for last year. That was for the 22 CAFR.
Alright.
Whenever we get audited, like at the end, I asked him, when do you need documents by?
Yeah.
That's for what we're going through right now.
And when did he need those back?
Well, as soon as possible, but here in the next 2 months.
Okay.
All right, so the requested budget column, is that what you have come up with?
Yes.
Okay, all right, well then, so on city network and hardware, page 4, 11,000, let's say 12,000, 2021, 19,000, 2022, you want $220,000? I'm just wondering why.
That will be to cover the access control system and any other improvements that we do.
You're talking about the door hardware?
The door
locks.
hardware, our cameras. Yes.
There are certain things we need to do, and there are certain things we need to wait and kind of push off. I don't know about doing. It looked to me like our budget was either going to be a third higher or a fourth higher than it was last year.
Yes, our budget is higher. Here, let's just go page by page. So under general government, which is a 00, page 3, the salaries have increased from current budget of $144,904. Year-to-date actuals $82,736. It's showing to increase to $265. And under the notes of 500-1000 salaries in the middle of the page, it breaks it down. 100K for city administrator, 65K for city secretary, 40K for administrative assistant, and 60K for P&Z director.
Where's the court clerk here? Is that in a different file?
That's in a different budget.
Okay.
Municipal court has their own budget. And these are all just proposed. If y'all want to change anything, tell me. So our health insurance has gone up drastically, our part of it. That's due to us not going out and shopping it around in time. So we
Is
had to
any
get-
of this yet taking into, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
Is this, any of this taken into account, upping our benefits? Because I'm gonna be bringing that up.
For TMRS? No, there's built-in
Built-in
extras. but-
leeway? Okay.
Yeah.
But yes, we are.
Oh, you are? Okay, good. Yeah, that needs to be done.
Yes.
So do y'all have anything on general government for the first page? Do y'all want all those positions? Do you not want all those positions?
Oh, you
What
mean
is
for the
the-
salaries? Yeah, you want them, I think.
Okay, the P&Z director, the planning and zoning director,
Yes.
would that be covered underneath our new Bureau Veritas, the things that that person would be doing?
Yes and no. Their job is very encompassing. It has to do with zoning and planning, which the BV contract covers. But we also pay a larger chunk of change to BV rather than doing it in-house.
Okay.
And also a planning and zoning, someone needs to be in-house here to do all the processing, meeting with developers, getting plats, filing them. There's a lot on this side of it that has to be done, that does take a lot of my day and the court clerk. We work a lot on it together, so it does take a lot of time outside of BV.
So on the second page, for the R&M, we reduced the city facilities, increased the city network and hardware. Professional services, that's another one of the lines where current budget's 0, spent 56,000.
And professional services is who? Besides Glenn, who else? Or is that
No,
Glenn?
that's, as you can tell from the 2021 and 21-22, both years we spent $16.
Okay, yeah.
But these are not, these can't rely on these numbers yet either, right?
Well, the 2021, 21-22, you would hope you can rely on.
Well, yeah, I get
but-
that, but the 56K, no.
That's just showing another discrepancy of, we don't know where the actuals are.
So I saw city attorney, $122,000. I don't know why, if it was true, but maybe it's not true.
So yes, we budgeted 20,000 for the city attorney. We spent
Yeah.
122,000, and that doesn't even include,
Oh, that is an actual number.
yes, that is an actual number. That
Okay.
doesn't include the current bills that are sitting on my desk.
What is 540/30?
City council. So I had to do some digging on this one, and it was put under city council for the audio visual equipment.
Okay, wouldn't that be technology?
Once again, another place where
Yeah, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
it was miscoded.
So if that's the case, you do have 15 budgeted there, would that not need to be moved then to the correct line item?
Well, yes, but
Or is that for training the council or anything
So,
else, or what is
no,
it?
this is just for professional and contracted, so if we needed to bring somebody in to do something for us as a council, any sort of third-party training, not us going to training. And that's one of those ones that we would do a budget amendment on later on.
Is this ICMA paid? It's at the top of the page, the departmental expenditures.
Yes, what about it?
Is it paid?
Is the ICMA membership paid? I don't know who it was for previously, maybe David.
Okay.
Those are notes that were already in code.
I see,
I
so
just-
that was something that was already there.
Yeah, I didn't want to delete them since they were already there.
I get you.
Yeah, because it lists out the old bond amounts, the chamber dues, any TML annual dues. So on the 5th page, we go into the capital outlay. We're not really doing any improvements here.
When you say fifth page, are you?
Sorry.
mean Page 5?
Page 5 of the
Okay.
budget, page 63 of the packet.
See, I don't have that page 63 part.
Right here.
It's just,
I don't have that on mine. All I've got is,
oh, it's on the side, yeah, okay, I didn't,
oh, okay, got you.
I didn't see that either. Well, I have seen it before. Figure it's just some code.
Got you.
So capital outlay, there's going to need to be some fixes here. That's why there's 10,000 in that line item.
For example?
We've got busted sprinklers, we've got a leak over there, we've got, gate issues. We've had AC issues. I mean,
Okay. What is 509,006?
debt service for 350,000. Great question, because we haven't spent any of it. There's no records, so just in case it just didn't get paid, it's pulled to this budget. Or, because we might find it as we reconcile and we spent 350,000, or we spent 345, and I don't want to not budget 350,000.
Well, on that line item though, if you look at 20, 21, 21, 22, I mean, this doesn't even come near it. We have 21, a little over 21,000 in 2021 and 0 in the actuals. If we're saying that those are semi-accurate,
That'll be for something that was bought. Like, say we were to buy a fire truck for $2 million, that's gonna be around $350,000 a year payment. Not saying that's what we did, we obviously don't have a ladder truck, but. So until we can get those line items moved around and make these actuals actually make sense, then we have to budget from this year. It was budgeted for a reason, I would assume.
You would hope so.
So on the next page is the police department. Year-to-date actual is 435,482. Budgeted was 574,767. Requested budget is 651,664. Down in the notes, you'll see where the officers are getting a raise to 58, proposed to get a raise to $58,968. It's $27 per hour for 8 officers, totaling $471,000. Sergeant will be raised to $65,520 or $30 per hour and go salary. And the chief will not be getting a raise at $35 per hour and be salary. Also includes an animal control code enforcer who is not a certified police officer for $41,600 for $20 an hour. And below that, you'll see, so in code, there's permanent notes. There's a line for this year's notes and then next year's notes. So under the next year notes, look at raising the chief's salary and then a CID position. That was something that they wanted this year, but couldn't get the funds.
What's the CID position?
Criminal investigator, is that right? It would relieve our officers of having to come back here and investigate their own, or do you want to talk about it, Chief? The CID position a little bit?
Yeah, so the CID position is actually a criminal investigator. So when you have a patrol officer on the streets, they get a call to wherever they call to, burglary, assault, whatever. They take it, they come back. For years, if you get the call, you don't respond to it, it's your job to, it's not taking fish and cleaning. It's your job to take the whole case through the whole thing. That takes officers off the streets. So the CID position in the future, we're hoping for, is that they'll take the initial report, do, hand it over to CID will follow us. That will allow them to have more free time to patrol the streets, not take them off the street.
Okay.
And on 520-2090 fees, permits, and licenses, that'll actually be going down from 100,000 because of dispatching fees will go down.
Yeah, we fixed that recently, didn't we?
Yes. Any other questions on that page? So on the next page, everything pretty much stays the same. Gave them some money for grant administration, so that way we can actually start trying to go get grants for our police department. And we're gonna spend a little bit more on evidence lab as we grow. $7,500 in animal control. So that way they have $7,500 to spend outside of a vehicle, the initial supplies. The capital outlay is $73,484 for improvements and $150,000 for vehicles. Below that, you'll see the year's notes. The capital outlay for $5,000, which is the improvements, is Axon tasers, 6 of them. Body-worn cameras, 15 of them. In-car cameras, 7 of them. And Motorola APX 8000s, which are the radios, 15 of those, and they're priced out over 5 years. And for the 520-5400, that is for 2 vehicles, either 2 Tahoes, or we just got back pricing for trucks. And we're going to come in just under the $150 for vehicle and fully police packaged out.
Why am I thinking we nixed the Motorola option for something else? Are we gonna go all Axon, or what happened? Am I not thinking right on that?
Not that I'm aware of, Chief.
So Axon is everything except for radios.
That's what it was. Okay, sorry, thank you.
Y'all have any questions on that? On to emergency management. It's something that's kind of been neglected over the years. We have a emergency management trailer that doesn't get utilized. We have a emergency management operations center here in City Hall. It's got some neat toys in it, but so there's no salaries coming out of that. Your mayor traditionally, or his designee, operates as the emergency manager. Currently, Chief Thompson is the designated person for that. So we have no expenses on the salary side.
What's the year-to-date 16,992? Is that just a bad number? Okay.
Along with the 1,300 in payroll and 900 in employee incentive.
Gotcha.
So we're trying to ramp this up because whenever we see wildfires or we have tornadoes or anything large, we need to be able to respond with that trailer and actually have supplies on it. So general supplies and equipment, we've boosted that up. The fees, permits, and licenses, that's the same as the current budget. Travel, training, and tuition's the same. The radios are already in the EOC, we just need to outfit the truck, so that's the same. Fleet fuel, you don't use much fuel, so it's only at 2,000. The equipment maintenance is at 1,000. Yeah, for vehicles, the equipment maintenance is at 1,000. The vehicle fleet maintenance is at 8,500, so that way we can fix up the emergency management truck that's sitting down at the wastewater treatment plant. The equipment maintenance is at 5,000 still. And GPS is at 6,500. That covers GPS on all of our vehicles.
Fleet GPS?
Yes. It's not broken up into individual departments. Almost all the police cars have them. Pretty sure all the fire trucks have them. And Public Works has them as well. It's,
On your supplies,
mhm.
requested budget of 49,000, but our current budget was 34, and we've only spent half of that. Why do we wanna jump that up so much?
Well, we've only spent half of it, if that's a true number, because we haven't done anything with it.
Oh,
I don't know how we spent 16 on it, honestly. That's the problem, our actuals, you can basically just not look at that column because they're inaccurate.
That was the column upon which I focused when I read through this 100.
well, I understand, but,
That would've been nice to know for.
Yes.
so we figured 34,000. We didn't use any of that money. That's maybe not, we don't know yet. We haven't used the equipment anyway. And now we're gonna jump it up to 49,000.
Yes, a $15,000 increase.
Okay,
Which doesn't presuppose you're gonna use it all. It just is there.
well, I understand, but I don't wanna put it in the budget if we're not gonna use it. I want it to be pretty close. I just don't want a big jump in there. I mean, we've jumped it up from the year before already. I don't know how much, what supplies goes in there?
Anything you would need for a disaster.
So
If we have a tornado come through town, we need backboards in there, all the medical supplies, anything for mass casualty. And currently it doesn't have that.
all right, but I don't wanna necessarily do that all in 1 year. I
Well, I
don't wanna
mean,
go from nothing to a fully loaded, from nothing to $50,000 worth of equipment in 1 year.
Well, you kinda have to. If you're gonna stock the trailer, you're gonna stock the trailer. It's like, are we gonna spend $2 million on a ladder truck, or are we gonna buy the cab and chassis first and then build it over 5 years? So it's either build up our emergency management or don't.
Build up, yes. We don't have anything in there now currently.
We have very limited stuff in there now. We have the trailer, so that's a good start. We just need to
Yep.
utilize it.
Okay.
I mean, is there something specific in there that you're looking at?
No, because I don't know what equipment goes in there. Everything, you went from $5,000 worth of equipment to $20,000 worth of equipment. That's the biggest issue, I guess, biggest thing.
So that's to bring all those supplies to the trailer, to the truck, and update to EOC.
Okay, how much of that stuff do we have on hand in other capacities? On the tractor, on the trucks we have now, do we have anything on the trucks that we have now for that? Does EMT people have any of this stuff?
So we can't pull from our fire trucks to do our emergency management trailer, because we're just gonna have to restock the fire trucks.
Yes, but during an emergency, we gather what we have from where we have it, we used it. As we build up the system, it just seems like 15,000 all at one time. We're already going over, adding a third of our budget, a fourth of our budget already. I saw two different numbers in here as I was looking through it.
So you wanna reduce that to what?
Well, Roger, that also assumes that those last numbers are appropriate. And I think that's the argument, is they're not appropriate. They're
Well,
too-
no, I'm just
they're too
going by
low.
what was in the current budget to what's in the new budget. I'm not talking about what we actually spent, because we don't know if we spent anything on this stuff or not. But
I get you.
we spent we budgeted $5,000, hopefully we spent some of that to get new equipment, and now we wanna spend $20,000 on it. If we didn't spend the 5,000, then we should, it would be 10,000 we might wanna budget for it. But, I'd rather drop that down. I don't wanna buy everything at one time. I'd rather,
Are there specifics that you're,
Well, that's what I was gonna ask. Does this include a generator or anything like a bigger purchase, the reason the increase? I mean, are we looking at adding a generator to that? Chief, I mean, what items are we gonna need on that emergency management trailer?
Well, we haven't discussed this with Michael very much, but I would say a generator. If you're gonna have an emergency management trailer, you need one equipped with radios, so that's a cost.
Mhm.
I'm not sure the numbers. I would have to put pencil to paper, but.
Well, I'm talking like,
Generator, radios, those are important things, and it's for a large scale event, so, if you have a tornado scenario, you've got search and rescue operations going on, you've got public works clearing streets, there's so many moving parts, so I don't think you can ever have enough supplies
Yeah.
or can never plan well enough fully, but there are a lot of different, areas or needs that you can stock in that trade. But again, I just have to speak with Michael Kohler about that.
have you seen the trailer?
Yes, it's a warehouse.
And it's empty.
Yeah, it's got shelves with almost nothing on it.
And you already have an idea of what you want on them.
I would talk to, by law, the emergency manager of the city is your mayor or.
Right now, it's you though, right?
The mayor appoints an emergency management coordinator, which is common, police or fire chief, because we deal with incident command so much.
Yep.
To help assist him in making sure that goes smoothly, so
Absolutely.
I am the emergency management coordinator. The mayor is the emergency manager of the city.
Just as a general estimate, are you seeing $20,000 worth of stuff that's missing? Just off the top of your head.
On the emergency management side, more of the things I've been looking at is we need to improve on some radio stuff. Some of the conversations I have had with him is future with tornado sirens, that type of thing. One of the things that, since May 6th, when I took over the fire chief position, the biggest amount of money that we've spent was getting those tornado sirens repaired, so.
emergencies are gonna be a fire, which isn't gonna cut us off from the rest of the area. There's gonna be a tornado, which is gonna take out part, not all the city, but part of the city. And we can, after the tornado passes, we're gonna be able to get help from Fort Worth, Cleveland, Granbury, someplace. We're not gonna be cut off for a week because of high water. We're not gonna be cut off because bridges are out. We're gonna be able, a tornado comes, we can go to Walmart the next day.
What about the zombies, man?
Well, the zombies, yeah, we gotta worry about them. I mean, I agree we need to get some equipment in there. We need to be prepared so we can get to people's houses and people that are trapped in the first day, but second day, but after that, the state's gonna be here. If it's real bad, FEMA's gonna be here. It seems like we're increasing the budget a lot. And if I don't wanna jump any one particular thing a lot, 3 times what it was, or twice as much as it was. I wanna go increments for this year and this year. We're gonna have to raise our taxes, maybe. I just wanna make sure we're increasing our cost in a relative manner. So we're not all at one time, but over a couple of years. That's my only concern with that.
Okay, so what number would you like?
$10,000.
Everyone else good with that?
Is that an increase of 10,000 or 10,000 total?
Instead of 20,000, it's 10,000. We have 5,000, which we doubled doubled last year's. And we may already have that in the budget, but we may not have spent anything. So, $10,000 would be my thought.
Let's do 15, just in case we don't have the right stuff. What do you say?
12 and a half.
12 and a half, I like it. I'm with you.
I learned
Okay,
that from you.
12 and a half. Got it. I will reduce that.
Paul?
Is that specifically for supplies for a trailer?
Yes.
Well, no, that's general supplies and equipment. That's not just for a trailer. That's just one of the things that we need to ramp up.
I should have said 18.
I would like to say this. And I'm trying to figure out how to say it. You can't see the growth that's happening around here and not project a budget to grow. You have services to increase, you have staff you need to increase. We're trying to do it in a responsible manner so that the money that is being spent is things that we need. In all actuality, I'm sure some of y'all know by the posts that I've made, the things that we need. Streets, y'all see our streets are in dire need. The way I can describe it, we have the money to pay the mortgage, we have the money to buy groceries, we have money to do the necessities, the health for our city. When it comes to going to Disneyland for a week or two, which are the roads, we don't have millions socked aside to repair these roads. We're trying not to have a tax increase. We cannot, and I understand the new growth is not the responsibility of the people that have been here. It's not the responsibility of the new people that moved here. We have to find a medium balance in between all of this so that we can repair our streets. If we look at our budget and we're spending every penny on just trying to maintain our city, we're never gonna get to the things that need to be done that haven't been done, like the streets, the infrastructure. So we can shrink the amount of people that work here. We can shrink the people's retirement and their health benefits and how many cars our police officers have, or if they have reliable body cams, and all of these things we can reduce and spend it on our streets. But we have to find a balance in here, and we have to do it responsibly. And I keep hearing that our budget is increased. Yes, our budget is increased because we don't have the staff here to run this place. We don't have the necessities out there in the community that we need. So with the growth of a city comes your growth of your staff, comes the growth of the budget. So yes, the budget is growing. Yes, are we busting at the seams? Yes, we are. So I would hope that everyone would understand you can't ask for more, and not be willing to pay for more, and I am a citizen myself, I know my taxes are gonna go up, but that's the cost of doing business. So that's just my say.
So on 00 Fire Department, the salaries, the shift officer's pay is going to 58,000 times 3 for 174,000, and the chief's pay is at 72,800 to match the police chief's salary. The chief will be salary.
What's is the chief being an hourly?
Yes, so like on the double backfire, we paid overtime. 'Cause he has to be out there to IC
Yep.
it. I mean, we spent a good chunk of change in overtime this year.
Oh, yeah.
So increasing the salary and making him salary is beneficial to us.
Sorry, chief.
Okay, you said we're increasing the shift officer's pay to 58, what was it?
Who is,
What?
Is ESD still paying for some of that?
yes.
Okay.
They pay 4 positions, I believe now, correct?
4 positions, we pay 25% of it.
What's the CARES Act equipment?
And
That's 522-3350 on page 68 or page 10. If I've gone too ahead of you, I'm sorry.
oh, no, you're good. So that is the MSA SCBA's that were purchased.
Love those acronyms. What does that mean?
MSA is a brand of self-contained breathing apparatus, which you wear whenever you go into a fire, whenever you go on a car fire.
This is money the
Anytime.
federal government gave us to spend?
Yes.
Okay.
So their budget's pretty lean. It really compares to the current budget. I asked the department heads to kind of be as conservative as you could in their wants. Now, on the vehicle maintenance, we'll get to this a little bit later in the meeting.
Still in the fire department?
Yes. 522, 3100. It went from 100,000 down to 50,000. But brush 8, we're going to have to either decide to keep fixing it and dumping money into it or buy a new cabin chassis. A new cabin chassis is around $70,000 for a 550 or equivalent. So we can either finance that, which will go under debt service. We can cash flow it, or we stick it in a capital outlay.
When you say cab and chassis, am I to take that literally? We're gonna pull the cab off
We're
its
gonna,
existing chassis and put it on a new one?
no, we're gonna buy a cab and chassis and put an existing skid unit.
Oh, so
back end of a
basically we
fire
just buy it without the bed and then trick it out as we need to. Okay.
It'll get a, which brush truck are you wanting to potentially pull it off of?
I like the one that's on brush 6 that is down at the warehouse. That end is typical fighting bed, and then the skid unit would come off of brush 8 and be put onto that bed.
Which we'll get into more of that here in a little bit. It's an action item. Are there any other questions questions on fire department. So the street department, which is the 500 for general government, the 530 fund, you're gonna see a little bit different compared to current budget. If you look in the current year notes in each Public Works department, you'll see the breakdown of the employees, whether streets getting 25%, water's getting 30%, sewer's getting 15%, and 4B's getting 30%. I know that is confusing, so if you have questions, please ask.
I don't have questions, I have a request,
Okay.
a one-time request, by the way. So I did some, because I only saw this on Thursday in Facebook, I did some preliminary research and tried to find a comparison of a Director of Public Works salary for a type A general law city about our size. Had a busy weekend, had a busy day today. I only found one really that's comparable, Spearman, Texas. And I did a basic search on Indeed, or no, on salary.com, however, reliable that is. But, so, on the salary.com website, how much does a public works director make in Crescent, Texas? The average, basically, according to them, is $66,750 to $83,551. The now in Spearman, Texas, it's advertising for, and I should have actually just cut this out of the website. I can't remember which one it was. It was a government resource website. Spearman is advertising a Director of Public Works for $60,000 a year, 60 to 65. Now, it does say urgently hiring, so they're looking to hire somebody. I've noticed a lot of posts that have praised our Public Works guys, and I think that's great. They're doing a great job. And so what I would like to argue for is to bump up Kevin from 55 to 58.5, based on this and these two things. I hope I didn't just bump off the meeting video.
So how big is Spearman, Texas? How many people are on their Public Works department?
I don't know. The population's about 3,000, so they're a little bit bigger than us. But what I didn't find was a director level individual making less money than, say, than the fire department or police officers. Generally, the salaries appear to be about equal to, executive level stuff. What I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is Kevin was hired in just as a regular guy by AC and paid his current hourly rate. When AC bumped him up to director, there was no additional compensation. So that's one thing. Also, you probably saw the email on September 15th, I think it is, he's gonna go in for his wastewater C test. If he passes that test, then we're going to have the option to, and hopefully we'll do that, to knock off some contractor fees. I would assume it's gonna be more than $3,500 a year. So, to negotiate here, maybe we could make this, if my colleagues agree, contingent on the passing of wastewater C.
the prior mayor, current mayor, whatever you want to call him, budgeted, well, actually, he hired 4 employees based off of a $65,000 budget.
He was not very good at his job, I get it.
So we're now trying to not only find the money to increase that, because we don't want to fire anybody currently, but this town's always been ran off 1 or 2.
So we've been ran on what?
1 or 2 employees.
Oh.
So having 4 employees, they're doing a lot of catch-up work. But for budgetary purposes, we're looking at a massive increase from the 65.
What you're gonna see though is if he passes wastewater C, that's gonna knock off a bunch of contract fees that we have to pay for them to go in and test the wells and all that good stuff, so. Is that more than $3,500 a year? I'm assuming it is, and if so, maybe we can work that in for him.
So this 55 already, if I'm correct, Mike, it already includes a $3,000 raise. So you're wanting to go to 58, so you're wanting to give him a $6,000 raise.
58.5.
So $6,500 raise.
He's never been paid a director's salary though. He's still being paid his just regular guy salary. He was never bumped up when he went to director. And with director comes additional responsibilities.
I agree, and he's been here how long?
I don't know,
3 months?
don't know.
Less than 6.
But you see the city of Spearman's hiring 60,000 for a director.
Are we comparing apples to apples or apples to oranges? I mean, again,
Well,
how
I
many?
didn't have time to do what I would like to have done.
Well, that's
but
what I'm wondering, how many employees are underneath them? How long had they worked here? How many, certifications does that person have? I mean, I'm trying to get all the facts. Cause $6,500 raise is quite a jump.
It is, if you just look at the numbers, but if he had been hired in as a director, he would have probably already been making 58.5. It's not his fault that when he was bumped up, he wasn't given a compensation for that. And everyone else that's getting a raise who might, have a complaint about that can say that they already were making a director's or a executive.
When did he get the $3,000 raise? When did he get that?
Well, that's proposed.
It's proposed to
Proposed.
give him a $3,000.
So that brings him to 55.
Oh, okay.
But again, saving us, going to wastewater C, getting that certification saves us quite a bit of money in contractor fees. So that would more than pay for the raise. And as I understand it, he's doing a great job. Is that not true?
He's doing a good job.
Okay,
We've had our issues and we've talked about those, and
all that's worked out, I
he's,
hope.
he's stepped it up.
Good.
So I can't find the city of Spearman's budget for their public works for this year. What'd you say Crescent's was?
Crescent's isn't, it was just it was salary.com, and who knows how accurate that is. Like I say, this stuff isn't my best work, I just didn't have much time to look into it. I called Grandview, and I called several other cities to ask them, Glen Rose, for example, what theirs were, and left messages, but nobody got back to me because it was a Friday, and today's Monday, which is everybody's day to catch up on what they didn't do on Friday.
So traditionally, you would start the budget process in March. And you'd be able to, and even by our HR handbook, we're supposed to do salary comparisons every year. Fortunately, once again, it wasn't done, so
Mine's not the greatest work either, but it's the best I could do at the time.
So y'all wanna move that to 58.5? I'll plug it in.
And once again, let me stress that this is a one-off, one-time deal. I'm not gonna be the guy that, you know, everybody comes to.
Well, that's kind of what I'm wondering, because he called you, and now you're going to bat to get him a $6,000 raise when we're sitting there talking about raises for everyone. Do we have them all call and ask for these raises that they're wanting? I'm hoping a council member goes to bat for just them singularly.
Like I said, this is a one-off, one-time event. I'm doing this because I think it's right, because I think that, again, he wasn't given a director's salary when he was made director, which normally would be the case.
And I think if.
So he
we're-
probably would have already been at 55, had that been true.
And I think I would stand to agree with you, maybe in the next budget, to give him a year to get experience, to be able to get his certifications, and then to have a reason to give that substantial raise. And I think that's why we kind of set with the 3 to give Steele a raise. But when you've only been here, I'm gonna say 3, 4, even 5 months, and you didn't come in with all that certification or past experience, I'm sure all of our employees would like a $6,000 raise.
Well,
I mean, why is it that
It's-
we're choosing one when we're trying to make sure that they all get something?
again, I've made the argument, he was made director, and he wasn't provided the compensation of a director. He's gonna have his wastewater C. When he gets that, he's gonna save us significant fees that we're paying now for contractors to come in and do well
Yeah.
service and things like that.
Right, and we're
Which would
banking-
more than cover the raise.
Which we're banking on a if.
Yeah, and so I would say, just like I said before, I'll make it negotiable. If he passes, he gets it. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Is that what Danny's doing now? Will Kevin take over some of Danny's duties?
Danny will step back a little bit, but we're also going to have to utilize him more because the TCEQ is becoming more stringent ever since Flint, Michigan happened. We're going to have to dig up every single water meter, see what what it's made out of. Then we're gonna have to, at every single location where it goes into the house, we're gonna have to dig that up and see what it goes into the house as. So we're actually gonna be spending quite a bit more money, third party. But that was all found out after this was done, so. And there's lots of
And so we would be
TCEQ
spending that money anyway
for,
for Danny.
well, we're gonna be, I guess what you're trying to get at is, are we gonna be
Yes.
spending less money to give him more of a raise?
Yeah, are we gonna look at what the duties that Kevin can take over from Danny? I understand he's gonna have more duties now, or his company is. Are we gonna save that amount of money? How much money are we gonna save having Kevin do what he can do of Danny's, duties? Does that make sense?
Kevin has told me several thousand, but, I mean, there's not a hard number I can give you.
As I understand it, there are well testing that Danny does that costs a contracted amount. And with wastewater, because Kevin doesn't have wastewater C, or anybody else there, by the way. And if he gets that, then that goes away. I was gonna ask him for those bills, but I didn't have time to see how much that bill was a month.
Martin, I see your point. I understand, definitely Misty's is getting a raise, now we're gonna give him another raise. He should've got a raise when he got a promotion.
And they failed him on that aspect.
That's what that's how we're catching that up now, in I don't know about,
And he's still under probably what a director would make. So, that's just the way it goes, but I'm bucking for the 35, guys. If you guys don't wanna do that, that's okay, but
I wouldn't mind doing a couple, something, but I don't know about 35, because the budget is so freaking large now, so much larger than it was last year. Plus, we're paying a whole lot more people in the street department.
well, what's your bid?
So originally, he wanted to be increased to the same as the police and fire chief at 72,000. Wasn't gonna happen.
I know, I get it.
I mean, we get rid of 2 employees, we can give him the raises he wants, and
I get it.
I don't know, he's probably worth it, but I'm not gonna, I go another 1,000 on what we're already giving him, 2,000 maybe, that'd be about the most I would be willing to go for. Just because of the budget, and maybe, and then next year, we might be able to do something different when we see where we're at. We just don't know where we're at right now.
And I'm with Roger, I would be okay with another $1,000, but, I mean, that's a $4,000 raise, that, it's a big number, but I also will understand his argument that he did not get the raises, but need to be a small, needs to be steps, it doesn't need to be here's you a $20,000 raise.
If
When
he
you've been
quits
here
tomorrow,
for
what are we gonna pay a
4
public
months.
works director to hire?
Well, it depends on experience.
All right, well, they got
I mean,
wastewater,
Rob-
C, they got, they got the certs they need.
And I understand, me of all people, I've taken a stance on trying to fight for wages and better, retirement. But the 20,000 he asked for, I couldn't, it's not feasible.
Well, that's why I'm not asking for 20.
And I still can't do 65 it's still a big jump.
Well, we could budget it, but not necessarily pay it at this point. We could give him a couple, 1,000, 2,000, and then when we actually see how much money he's saving us, then we can turn around and say, okay, you're doing what we would be paying this other person, and down the road, part of the year, we could pay him some more of that. I have no problem budgeting for an extra 3,500, give him 1,000 now, and then when we see what his, Class C permit, Class C certification is doing for the city, how he's helping us, he should get a bonus for that, which would be a pay raise.
Fair enough. Can you do 1,500?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
She-
we were already including a $3,000 raise.
I understand, but I think he gets that
So-
just because he got a promotion
Exactly.
and more
Yeah.
more pain in the head.
So you're saying add another 1,000 onto it?
1,500 onto what he's getting now.
1,000? Yeah, I was good with
And
that.
then we budget the full we budget for 3,500. But he doesn't necessarily get that until the other 2,000, until we see what he's actually saving the city and how he's helping the city out with his Class C permit. And we can do that 6 months from now.
so for budgeting
Purposes is the 58.5,
58.5, 56.5 actual.
but we don't pay that out just yet.
I would rather budget for 56,500 because that's what we're gonna actually pay.
Okay.
And then we can do a budget amendment later on if we want to
That's
increase
fine
that.
with me. The same thing.
Because otherwise, we just have money sitting there that we may not use, and we could have used it elsewhere.
I'm not sure how budgets go, so it's perfectly fine with me. If they gave me more responsibility and less and not enough, no money, I'd quit.
All right, so on the supplies, budgeted 30,000, increasing to 40, used 1,800. This is another one of those where,
Is that a good number?
no, I mean, we're budgeted for 99,000, we've spent 12,768 for the entire supplies budget. So, no, they're, once again, not good numbers. Repair and maintenance, nothing for the buildings, some equipment maintenance for vehicles, some fleet maintenance for vehicles as they get a little older.
Okay, on the street maintenance, we've gone from 50,000 to 10,000 to 110,000. Where are we getting that money at? This is what we budgeted in our current, this is what you're asking for, we're asking for now.
Oh, gotcha.
Where are we getting that extra 60,000?
That is to actually do some street maintenance in
I
our county
understand we need it, and then, but where are we getting that money?
through a tax increase. I mean, our roads are literally
Oh, I understand the roads are falling apart, we have to do something.
Let's be clear on that. Are you talking about tax, we have more increase that's coming in? Or are you talking about increase in taxes to the citizen?
So increasing taxes, and we do have more coming in,
Increasing the tax rate then.
yes.
Misty, you brought up, how our fees were way out of whack on the low side. How much more money do we get our fees in line with what the other cities, how much more money are we gonna be bringing in for that?
We don't know until we do it.
So I've been putting together files, taking with what we are adopting with Bureau Veritas. I see across the board, there's gonna be quite a bit of increases with more capability of collecting more fees that we didn't do. So it should bring in more revenue overall for it, but it's taken study time to study all that. But I think with Bureau Veritas, what we approved tonight is gonna be helpful for it. And there's a lot of things new that we have coming to the city that was never here before. And those are all now fees gonna be implemented into the budget, or into the fee schedule, sorry.
Okay.
So I think it'll bring more money in that way. I also think that impact fees in other surrounding areas are a lot more than ours are towards the developers. And I have met with probably, I'm gonna say, 4 or 5 of the big developers here, and they're expecting it. I mean, I've let them know that that's coming, that
Okay.
it's a chance that's coming, and they're all okay, with it. So they know it's the price of doing business.
Did we find the new gen, evaluation that Glenn was talking about, that was done at the end of the year? That would fit our new laws that are coming down at us, I think, coming up January 1st of next year.
Whenever you're talking about the new gen, are you talking about the studies for water and wastewater?
No, for the impact, yeah, the impact fees and all that good stuff.
So the impact fees are already done, they got increased. I think the one that you're talking about is our water and wastewater fees, which we currently take a hit on
Okay.
every month.
It's, I just heard, I asked Glenn about it when I was asking him about trying to figure out how we're gonna set the new rates for the new year, you know, because we have to. And he said, well, new gen, there was a new gen study done that fits the whole requirement of a third party coming in and saying, okay, this is what you should charge. Is that just wastewater, just sewer and whatnot, impact
I don't
fees?
remember this conversation.
The only thing I'm aware of that new gen has done for us is water and wastewater.
Okay. Well, do we at least have that? Have we found that anywhere? I know it took place at the end of last year. You know, the chaos ensued, so.
No,
I mean, unless it was at one of the meetings that I missed.
what is it next gen?
New Gen, I think, N-U-G-E-N.
Couple guys been out once a year or twice a year and talked to us about how we can increase our fees, cause we're on the low end of water and wastewater fees.
Okay, so yeah, so y'all are talking about not impact fees, y'all are talking about the fee that we charge for water, like per gallon.
I don't think so. That's not what I asked Glenn about, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Our impact fees have been done for a couple years now.
Okay.
What Roger was talking about is what they've came over the last year, because it was split up. They did the wastewater or water first, and then came back months later and did the other one.
Okay. All right.
Is Glenn the one you talked to that I can ask him about?
Mm-hmm. I did, yeah.
So going on to municipal court, page 15 in the budget, 73 in your packet.
$84,000 in salaries for municipal court?
For 21-22 actuals?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I go be a municipal court clerk? That's pretty good.
Page 15.
We've reduced that 84,000 down to 41,000. The supplies have gone down, postage has gone up. The travel and training is the same. Still have some contract labor built in. That's gotta pay for Encode, warrant enforcement. And those are things we can't really adjust. So on to the 01 fund, the utility fund. Well, that's the one that we've recently found that, well, we don't know where she put anything, because all of our fees have just been scattered throughout our budget.
So none of this is even reliable, except for the actuals for 2022.
I mean, even those, yeah, even those aren't really reliable because we've increased. So as we reconcile the
Okay.
past, this entire fiscal year, we'll actually have actuals. Like you're supposed to have projected year ends. Can't do that because it's so messed up.
Chief, quick question, just to confirm something. Did you say back, I know I'm going backward here, but backward, sorry to go back like that. The fire personnel were making 50,252? And we're bumping them up to 58? Okay, so somewhere around $8,000.
We hired them in, as entry-level firefighters.
And they've done some extra stuff to get upgraded or
Well,
whatever?
They actually are shift officers,
Okay,
and they are leading the shift, whatever personnel work with them daily.
gotcha.
So competitively, just for instance, your ESD station over on Jim Trail, their lieutenants make 61 and some change.
Gotcha.
So the numbers become more competitive.
Well, sure, I appreciate that.
So on to the 01 utility water department. Once again, it's broke down by how much the salaries will be allocated. Numbers are basically the same. Don't look at the actuals. The contract labor is reduced from our year-to-date. It's the same budget as this current fiscal year, but we've supposedly spent 65. We're asking for 20. questions on water or sewer, there's broken down the main portion of its salaries. The rest of it's kind of stayed in line with this current fiscal year, with small increases for electrical and on the garbage department, that is a pass-through rate. Since our rates did increase, we will need to adopt higher trash can rates, commercial rates in our master fee schedule to offset that to what we are charged. I personally would like to go out and shop around for garbage companies, see if we're getting a good rate, or maybe someone can offer us something better. We need to do that by October.
That's a great idea. I mean, this company was just recently, within the last 5 years, the city moved to them, right? I seem to
Yes.
recall that.
I mean, it's not unheard of to shop around and make sure it's kind of like choosing your electric provider at home.
Yeah.
Shop around almost every
Absolutely.
year.
Absolutely.
So the next one's 03 fire. It's an old budget, but I included it because it has actuals in there. It should not have any actuals. It's no longer a working fund. The 05 is repair and maintenance revenues. And then the 50 is the road maintenance. Eventually, we will have to call a bond for road repairs. But we'll have to talk about that later. On page 28 is the 4B fund. The revenues are 381. Interest is 14. And the next page, on page 29, it's broken down for the salaries and different supplies. There's little to no capital outlay in the 4B fund until, well, our 4B committee meets and decides what they want to do with the couple $1 million.
Fix the roads?
No, can't use that. So other than that, that is it on the budget. Y'all have any other questions?
Appreciate your hard work to get that up, man. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's been
Sure, it's been
fun.
an experience.
So the only changes I've got for the actual budget to present will to be reduce the supply fees from police department, the general supplies and equipment and emergency management down to 12.5, and an increase in salary for the public works director to 56.5. Does that sound right to y'all?
I would like to, I would like to put everything raised a certain percentage instead of increasing some things 2-3 times what we did last year. And I just wanna know how much money we have, how much money we're gonna need, how much money we're gonna get this year from all our revenues.
So, I wasn't gonna discuss this, but I'll fill you in a little bit. Prior employees did not pay our taxes, did not pay payroll taxes this entire year, part of last year. They have not paid our sales and use taxes, having to deal with multiple state agencies right now to ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
And having to deal with the IRS the comptroller's office. I'm getting bills in daily where they invoiced over this fiscal year and have never been paid. Whenever I say I've spent over $1 million in the last 2 months, I'm not joking. Just in bills.
I understand.
So to give you numbers that we have means nothing because I don't know how much more we're spending,
Right.
unfortunately.
So this was a discussion and action item. What do you want to do with it? Just no action?
Yeah, just no action, and I'll make the adjusted changes and get it posted in the newspaper and everywhere else.
Make motion for no action on item 5G, other than, of course, for the requested changes.
Motion for no action, I'll second it. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for looking that over. I know it's a very boring subject, but it's definitely a needed thing to do. Discussion of possible action on adopting an ordinance allowing for the creation of a holiday and events committee and selecting members of the community to serve on the committee.
How many committee members?
As many as we want.
How many are we proposing? Tonight, I have one person
there
who's
not?
agreed.
I thought there was like a number, is there not? You can just-
No, the 4B, you have to have a specific number. In section 3, it's, of the ordinance, it's left blank, so that way, on the number of members, that way, whenever we decide, we can put it in there.
All right. So we're not going to actually select the members? We're just gonna adopt the ordinance?
So we have to adopt the ordinance, creating it, and select the members of the community to serve on the committee.
That is if everybody's ready.
Well, it probably would be good to know how many.
I would
I have
say
one
at
person.
least
2 weeks.
7.
All right, I got my one. You guys do 2, and that'll be 7.
I mean, we can wait till September 5th if y'all want. I just like the 4B meeting, or 4B committee, I don't want to wait too long.
I'm ready.
I don't have anyone, but I'm ready to adopt the creation of one.
So,
Shall we adopt the creation and skip the selection? Or I can give you my member now.
if we don't have around 7, then let's just do the ordinance, and September 5th, we can come back and choose members.
Can we split the line item, the agenda item like that?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, make a motion to adopt an ordinance allowing for the creation of a holiday and events committee.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously to adopt an ordinance allowing the creation of a holiday and events committee. Please think about your picks for September 5th. Item I, discussion and possible action on approving an ordinance amending the regular meeting dates and/or times of the Godly City Council. This will be part of the packet that I put on the desk for y'all. It allows us to have 4 regular city council meetings per month.
Make a motion to approve item 5I in its entirety.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I want to know that these are as needed.
They will be regular meetings, and if we don't need to, if there's nothing for the agenda, yes, they will be canceled.
How do they cancel? Do we need to post anything? We just don't have them? What do we do?
How would I like it be done? Or how do we currently do it?
How,
Or have we done it in the past?
well,
What is the standard legal way to make it happen?
there you go. That's a good way to put it.
I don't, there's no specifics, are there, for canceling a meeting that's not posted? That's kind of a gray area in the law.
It just doesn't happen. If it's not posted, it can't happen.
So, me personally, whenever we do this website update, I would like to have every single meeting listed. And if we don't have it, we post out there that it's canceled. And we post on the
Okay.
website that it's canceled.
Fair enough.
Definitely the website. All right.
That's normally how it's done. Just make sure people understand you are posting out there and going to internet.
This is basically a fail-safe where if one of us can't attend, you only required 3 for a regular meeting. So like if I'm on vacation and y'all need to have a meeting, you can have it on Tuesday, even though I'm not here. Whereas otherwise, if it's not on the first or third Tuesday, well, you don't have a meeting, because you don't have a quorum for a special call. No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item J, discussion and possible action on accepting a donation from the Home Depot to the City of Godly Fire Department for a flat-top grill in the amount of $349.
Make motion to accept item 5J in its entirety.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item K, discussion and possible action on accepting a donation from Lone Star Ag Credit to the City of Godly Fire Department for a steel chainsaw in the amount of $369.99.
Make motion to accept item 5K in its entirety.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item L, discussion and possible action on accepting a donation to the City of Godly Fire Department for a 30-inch pedestal fan in the amount of $149.99.
Make motion to accept, or to, accept item 5L in its entirety. To approve item 5L in its entirety.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item M, discussion and possible action on accepting a donation to the City of Godly Fire Department for a Yeti 110 cooler in the amount of $550.
Motion to accept item 5N in its entirety.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item N, discussion and possible action on accepting a donation to the City of Godly Fire Department for a Arctic 45-quart cooler in the amount of $219.99.
Motion to accept item 5N in its entirety.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item O, discussion and possible action on accepting cash and/or check donations to the City of Godly Fire Department in the amount of $11,025.
Motion to accept item 5O in its entirety.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item P, discussion and possible action on approving the purchase of a Haney electric hose reel and 100 feet of booster hose from Wildfire Truck and Equipment in the amount of $2,666.87 for brush 374. Chief, you want to talk about this?
So, when I took over in May, we had one hose reel that had actual, 1-inch red
from other fire departments gave us some old hose, that we had put on, one of our other brush trucks. We had one brush truck with this type of hose reel on it. When we're out in the field, if you have to stretch out forestry line, then it's dirty. You gotta pick up that soft, it's single jacketed, it tears easy when you're out trying to fight fire. Preference, for most fire departments is to have the rubber, the hose is a little bit heavier dragging through a field, but you can come off the truck, pull it out quickly, reel it back up quickly, and then, move to another location and do some more work. So it just makes the job much more efficient, and, what, my thinking was with the donations that were received, that we would turn that money around for that use, if that's council's desire, and possibly some wildland gear. The guys were out with full bunker gear on, a lot of them. Only some have wildland gear, which is much cooler. The wildland gear is rated for, is that on our agenda tonight, the wildland gear? Did we talk about it at all? Okay. Then I'll drop
So-
that.
So all these donations come from the Double Backfire. 10,000 of that 11,000 was donated by Little Hoss Ranch specifically, and I had to call him to confirm that it was going to the fire department. So that's where part of this, well, where that $2,666 out of that 10,000, he wanted to go to the fire department. We used that truck out there. It fits perfectly with his donation request. The wildland gear, whenever I was out there with them, I saw our fire department in bunker gear, and I remember those days before I got my Tech Gen gear, and it was horrible. So I called Josh Slovak and said, hey, come fit these guys with Tech Gen gear. We're not gonna have people out there passing out or anything like that on fires because they're wearing bunker gear. So y'all got fitted last Monday?
Monday night.
So that'll be coming up on the agenda, because the cost of that is pales in comparison if someone falls out and we send them to the hospital.
Of course.
So I think we should approve this, but if you have anything else.
Approve the hose reel? Yeah, that's what we're on. Yeah, that's all I got. It's, it actually, Brush 374 is our deployment truck. We received that truck in, I believe, 2011. Don't remember absolutely
Somewhere
the
around
date.
there.
I wasn't here at the time, but it was on a Forestry Service grant. Forestry Service paid 90% of the cost for that truck, but they never outfitted it with a hose reel. So that's all I got.
Make a motion to approve item 5P in its entirety.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Item Q, discussion and possible action approving the repair of Brush 874 by Johnson County Automotive.
Brush 874 is the oldest brush truck in our fleet. It's a 2004. It has a 7.3 diesel engine, which is a strong engine. So it broke down on us during the wildfire, it and another truck. And those tickets or invoices I took to the ESD for those specific repairs that happened on the wildfire. Since then, we had problems driving Brush 874. It has, initially we thought it was fuel injector pump only. After digging into it further, they found that and that cost on the fuel injector pump, I believe, was $2,600. Another $2,100 was found because the fuel tank, back then apparently, and this is talking to the Ford House, they sprayed the inner part of the fuel tank with a silver liner that is now delaminating, and it's clogging up the fuel system, the fuel filters. And to completely flush, put a new sending unit, it won't even tell you how much fuel's in the truck. That cost, I believe, was $2,100.
Can we just replace the tank?
That's a possibility if we could find it. I haven't asked them that specific question. It's an aged truck, needs a few upgrades. The 7.3 engine lasts a long time. It's a lot of the components around it that you end up, especially as they age, you're replacing. So that would be the cost to repair that truck, and
4,700?
I'm sorry,
Is it 4,700 is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
26 and 21, okay.
2666 and 21 and some change. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but that's for that repair, and then I'll leave it at that. That's getting the truck back and back in service probably within a week or two.
Can anyone else do this work, or is it just Johnson County Automotive?
I don't know I mean, they tore it down and found the problem, you know. I'm sure there are others that can. When you start trying to figure out who's gonna do the work, you know, whoever tears it down, now it's tore down in their shop, and it currently,
It's tore
some of
down
the
right
top,
now?
yes.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I mean, not the entire fuel system, the top
you.
side where the fuel filter is, that type of thing.
I got you.
So this is where I was talking about earlier. We're gonna have to either keep dumping money in this truck or look at buying a new cabin chassis. We can spend, say, 2003, 2003 F550. So you're looking at a 20-year-old truck. Eventually, it's going to have more and more problems. We're going to keep dumping money into it, but we also have to weigh that against the $70,000 price tag for a new cabin chassis.
You got this from shop.ford.com. Do we have?
Are you looking at the quote on the cabin chassis?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can talk about that now if you'd like. I know it's a different agenda item, I believe, but I went, we haven't looked at buy board or anything else. The F550 chassis, I don't know how hard it's to find on buy board. I think, talking to Michael, what you're gonna find is a white chassis. You're not gonna have a red fire truck, you know, but if you can find them. I think the F450 was very common. The size water tank on that skid requires the 550 chassis. So I went and got a couple of quotes just so you'd have something to look at and consider. The Dodge and then the Ford. The local Chevrolet dealer, I'd have to go to Grapevine and talk to their fleet manager, so I didn't do that Friday. So I got the quote on the Dodge and the Ford, 5500 and F550. One of the things with the Dodge, at the Ford house, the guy didn't have as much time to spend with me. So we talked a little bit more specifics at the Dodge house. And so we were talking dual alternators, which is pretty important on those trucks out in the field. And we didn't talk about some of those things at the Ford house. So there is 68 750, I think, for the Ford, and 74 and some change for the Dodge.
Can we use different dealerships? I mean, this is a dealership truck, right, at base?
That's in order. Those are 6 months out.
Oh, that's special order?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
sir.
So there's really no option for pricing on that.
So like the 550, whenever I talk to Ford, nobody really deals in that big of a truck anymore, except for their fleet departments, and different dealerships do have fleet departments. But they don't have pricing on the 2024 550s yet, and they don't have any that they could sell us for 2023s that are red. Now, I'm not saying that there's not one, I think 6 hours away, that's a red F550, then we either have to go get it or ship it here. So, I mean, we'll kind of curve back to the repair. We know the approximate cost for the chassis replacement. And that's only the cabin chassis, that's not,
Tricking it out.
well, I mean, it's gonna get the old skid, but there's gonna be some costs associated with moving it. So do we want to repair brush 8? Or are we looking more towards a chassis replacement, which would be the next agenda item? I didn't know which route we'd wanna go, so I put them both on here.
I'd go for the repair.
What's the time frame to get the chassis replacement?
About 6 months is what they're telling me. I think that we need to look at replacing the vehicle ultimately.
But we need the truck now.
Yeah, I can tell you on the double backfire, we had every truck except, well, we had every truck staffed. We had engine 174 with 3 personnel that stayed back at the station and kind of helped Misty over there with all the people bringing water and drinks and everything, so. But every truck was staffed. And then we had 45 brush trucks day one out there and about 8 or 9 tankers. Then we had forestry service, and then they brought a TIFMAS team with more brush trucks, and so it was a big operation. But right now, we're doing a good job. Our volunteers are motivated and coming and helping on the big stuff like that, so
874 is down right now?
it's down. One of the things, tomorrow I'm meeting with another guy, we're gonna be digging into some grants. I can't say that we're gonna be able to get a brush truck chassis, cabin chassis. Some of the things we're gonna try to do is get, because of the emergency declaration that was done by Governor Abbott, there are some funds out there. Initially looking at it, I didn't think that we were gonna even qualify, because I thought it had to be absolutely related to that incident. And so there are other departments that are getting additional monies for training. We may be able to get more money for some of that wildland gear. I can't say for sure right now until we apply for it. Because of the emergency declaration, Cisco Fire Department received $15,000 for different various types of equipment. So we're gonna push for it and try to get that from the state forestry service.
So my
Need the truck, I
suggestion-
guess, don't we?
My suggestion would be to fix it, and then it's got 192,000 miles on it.
I'd have to go back and look.
I think it's got
I don't remember.
192,000 miles on it, which isn't a whole lot for a diesel, but it is for the way a fire truck is treated. So we need to keep it in the, if we're only going with the repair, we need to keep it in the back of our mind. We need to have foresight to replace this cabin chassis eventually, whether through
Wonder what we
grants
could get
or-
for it after we fix it.
How long will it be good for, or what?
No, I wonder
What
what
can
we
we
could
get for it?
it.
With it
Like
being,
resale.
with it being a 7.3, I would say 10 to 15 maybe. That's just ballpark guess, not totally sure. I know a lot of mechanics love the 7.3. They know that they're gonna replace parts on it. One of the guys I talked to at Johnson County Automotive has a pickup and it's got a 7.3. But he will tell you, you're always replacing some component part on that, you know, whether it's fuel injection or other areas around it. What was repaired as a result of the wildfire, when it pretty much died on us and wouldn't run anymore, was we actually took radiator, water pump, and the
Mirror.
I'm sorry,
Mirror.
a mirror. Yeah. Well, the water pump's brand new on it. We took the radiator out of that old brush truck that's sitting down in the warehouse. And that one has been sitting for years because years ago, one of the firemen got it stuck and got heavy in the throttle and blew the engine, basically. So, but we did steal some parts away from it to try to keep costs down and
Get it back out on the
and
fire.
get it on in service quickly.
Make a
After we-
motion to approve item 5Q in its entirety And that's $4,700, right?
And maybe some change. Scott.
And some
I'm
change,
sorry,
yeah. Got you, I got you.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Item 5R, discussion and possible action approving a chassis replacement for brush 874.
Make a motion not to do this at this time.
I have a motion for no action, I'll second it. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion and possible action on approving the purchase of additional services provided by Cloud Driven Solutions. They're the company that does our AV equipment. Monday was kind of hectic around here. I didn't get a chance to call AJ and find out exactly how much everything was gonna cost. We talked about this 6 months ago, probably. I know y'all weren't on the council yet, but so the current software that we have does a lot, but what we can get for additional services is the whole minute taking. It'll literally take minutes for us. So if we would have had that in the original contract, then, well, we wouldn't be hiring somebody or spending money on a firm to do it. It also allows, y'all's laptops will be in Friday, so y'all will have them for next meeting, but we'll be able to click and it'll go online on the video and say who voted for what. And there's a lot more integration for our agendas and our packets online. I don't know if any of y'all have ever watched the Commissioners Court meetings, but it basically, as the video goes, it follows the agenda, and you can click part of the agenda and it goes straight to that part of the video. There's a lot of AI aspects to the upgrades. I would also like to add a second camera that we originally talked about to look out that way, to look at our employees and the citizens. Because right now, the only thing that sees is right here, to a little bit past Scott, and their heads. So anyone that gets up and talks, I mean, it's not great. You have no idea who it is. And if I was a citizen, I'd want to know who was talking. The wire should have already been ran. I asked AJ to do that in the original quote. So it should just be buying a camera and installing it. And then some manipulation of the software down there. But I would like, I'll bring this back September 5th and have all the information. Sorry, I couldn't get it today. But
Make a motion to postpone item 5S until the September 5th meeting.
Second.
got a motion and a second to postpone till the 5th. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Item 5T, 5U, 5V, and 5W. A closed meeting of the City of Godly, Texas will now be held pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074. We'll go into executive session. That's for items T, U, V, and W. Go into executive session at 21:15.
Yeah, it, I saw that. I saw that. That wasn't a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. The checking information was posted online. He did, but it was up there for a little while.
Yeah, he couldn't get access, I don't have access to it, but when we found out about it, then he didn't have access at that moment. Take it in.
Did you holler at him and just let him know?
I don't know, that's him, that's not, I don't have access to that.
It's a good idea to let him know, I think. I think you're right about that. Appreciate it.
Yeah. As soon as he realized that it went out in the packet, he was gone out of town, so I don't have access to that. The chief called, told us, and so then I called him and told him that he didn't know how to get that. Yeah. Thank you.
They got taken down. The Godly City Council adjourned its executive session at 23:10 and reconvened an open session at 23:12. Item T, discussion and possible action on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer. Resumes for city secretary.
Make a motion to contact Hector Gomez, bring him in for an interview for city secretary. 5T.
I'll second that.
I got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Item U, discussion and possible action on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer, city secretary. Make a motion for no action.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item V, discussion and possible action on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer. Resumes for city administrator.
Make a motion to postpone this item 5E till the September 5th meeting.
I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
I will abstain. Motion passes. W, discussion and possible action on the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer, city administrator.
Make a motion for no action on item 5W.
I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
I will abstain. Motion passes.
Make a
That is,
motion to adjourn?
do we have any community interest items?
Yes, September 19th. No one here for the TCEQ meeting, but okay.
TCEQ meeting next month on the 19th, Cleveland Conference Center.
Yes, sir. And by the way, guys, I won't be here for that meeting. If I don't get it on the agenda to change it. Actually, maybe don't have to since we're doing every Tuesday, but, the powers that be, some good powers, Ralph Duggins and some other folks have said it would be helpful if the city council showed up and tried to help out in the 3-minute sessions. We might get this thing killed.
September 19th.
Yes, ma'am, 7 o'clock. It's that big mud that's going down on Highway 4. Actually, it's just a wastewater treatment plant now, but they're gonna move 500,000 gallons. You know, you got a bunch of 40-foot wide lots coming in down there at Crider's Dairy.
On Hollingford,
12:30, yeah,
what time?
7 o'clock. I'll send you a link.
Yeah, I'm just putting it in our.
If there's no other items, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I made that motion. Make it again, motion to adjourn.
Got a motion and a second to adjourn. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Show us adjourned at 23:16. We didn't go till midnight.
We'll get cooking first thing in the morning, figure this out. And, is there anything else y'all need for the?
Appreciate your
$1 million?
time.
Definitely. Good to meet you.